Hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Microphone check. Come in. Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome back. And happy Friday! Happy Friday! Happy start of the weekend. I hope all of your weeks went well. I hope all of your weekends are starting well. You're all staying relaxed, staying healthy. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. Why do I feel like my camera is off today? Am I off? Am I lower? Am I smaller? It feels like it's smaller. Anyways, like I said, I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. As we jump into Expedition 33 Part 6. Part 6, starting Act 2. We have finally finished Act 1. Although I don't know how much the acts overlap onto each other, because we definitely left some stuff behind as far as like side exploration goes in the first act. We did not do everything, so we might go back and knock some of that stuff out that we saw before, that we left behind. But we are technically done with Act 1, at least as far as the main quests go, the main missions, the main areas. We did finally get around to the Stone Wave Cliffs with Esquier. I guess we could mention what we did before that. We did wander a little bit, exploring some side areas. The main part, of course, was the Yellow Harvest area. That actually took a big chunk of our stream on the last one. A bit of exploration. That was primarily Expedition 68. Although we found some stuff from Expedition 44. Something about them trying to disguise themselves as Nevron, and it did not work. And then was it 68 that ended up eating the Nevrons? If not 68, another group from the same area. So one group was disguising themselves as Nevron, and that didn't work. And then another group apparently was hungry enough that they decided to try to eat Nevron, and that did not turn out well. They all ended up vomiting. Presumably some of them ended up dying. We did find bodies around that journal, and that may have led to the creation of one of the bosses that we fought. I'm not sure. He was in the immediate vicinity of them. Was he the main boss? I guess technically speaking, he was the main boss. It was like a glaze. I'm assuming that's supposed to be the idea. I'm not sure. We were talking about the fact that I didn't know whether or not, because there was like a mass, this clear translucent mass around the bodies, that I was wondering whether or not that like led to the creation of it, or at least the mound of them vomiting. It also looked kind of like there was a Nevron coming out of it, or at least the shape of a Nevron in that same stuff. But yeah, we fought him. We ended up fighting another chromatic boss. This was probably the most interesting of the bosses we've fought. The funny thing is that this game has already kind of made me feel, it almost feels like a Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, those type of vibes. I've already had that, and then we ended up fighting a chromatic boss that just kind of pushed that even further, that I'm wondering whether or not it's supposed to be like a nod to Wizard of Oz, because you had the hot air balloon in there. They were working, this boss, which was a set of 3, also working on a hot air balloon, and they looked they looked like they were made out of hay. Well, no, that's not true. One of them had like a pinhead, like a ball where you can poke pins in, or a nail head. Maybe it was rope and nails, because then one of them had like a hammer and a nail, and his head, the main boss, his head just looked like it was completely made out of hay. And then another one who looked like he had a hay head, but a frying pan on top. It was super crazy, super surreal. But yeah, like I said, like I've had this weird Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz-esque feeling throughout this game, and then this boss just kind of nailed that completely, to a point where I do wonder if it is supposed to be a reference, especially with the hot air balloon, but I'm not sure. But apart from that big area and a few other side activities, we did check out the was it the Redwoods? The Redwoods, which had like some water, a large bowl of water that you could put Chroma in, and it talked to us. I only did it once. You have to it cost 5,000 to do it once, and then the second time, which Lune was interested in doing, that ended up costing another 10,000. So I figured we'd come back, because I don't know whether or not I need my Chroma for the moment, especially if we keep stumbling upon stores, which we did. We stumbled upon one or two other merchants as well. We stumbled upon a Gestural Beach, which had a little side game, which netted us some swimsuits for some reason, even though it does appear like we can't swim. But yet more aesthetics that we probably will not use. There's a lot of silly cosmetics in this, which I don't know, maybe that's appropriate. There's a lot of silliness in this game, and I do like the balance of the story and the elements in this game that is partially serious, partially silly. It does remind me of some like cartoon series that balances that very well, where you have serious parts and silly parts, and this game has a lot of silly parts, especially involving the Gestural people. And then yes, we did finally get around to going to the Stonewave Cliffs, specifically to find Flory Eske's stone, which he says he does need to allow us to cross over water, which he says without his stones, they're too heavy and all that. Now, when we did find the stone, it does appear to be a magical stone, which makes more sense than him just enjoying having favorite stones and it's all in his head or something, but it does look like a magic stone. Getting ahead of myself there, though. We did come across a couple more faceless children. We've said they look kind of like the curator, except they're all young boys, or it's the same ghostly, faceless young child that we just keep coming across everywhere we go. I don't know if it's supposed to be different, because they don't really have a voice. They howl similarly to the curator. One didn't seem to be able to acknowledge that we were there, but talked about like how could she cause this to happen? How could she paint this? I'm assuming this was in the Yellow Harvest, where I'm assuming he's referencing a gigantic Nevron that we saw in the area that I believe a Gestural mentioned. The Nevron was very unusual because he didn't seem to be hostile. All it seemed to be doing was eating the landscape. Although we didn't end up witnessing anything beyond that observation of the big guy. I kind of forgot about the big guy existing in the area, to be honest, because we never came back to that. And then another one in the next area was actually acknowledging that we were there. We talked to him, I think, a little bit about the Paintress, where I think it was the faceless one? Oh no, I might be mixing up conversations with Hexga, which was, or Hezga, which was another Nevron that was painted white, that was not hostile. I might be confusing their conversations together. I just know that between both of their conversations, or one of their conversations, we talked about the Paintress painting some good things or non-hostile things, but then I know it was Hetzka that mentioned she does make mistakes, though, but then he referred to himself as a mistake, so I don't know how to approach that. I'm not sure how to take that. And then he felt very guilty for saying something bad about her. But the main point of course, going to the Stone Wave Cliffs was, again, to get Flori for Eskia, and before we could get Flori, we had to defeat a creature by the name of Lamp Master, which is the first creature I think we have now fought since seeing the strange, very creepy-looking creature from the very beginning of the game when we first arrived on the beach and all hell started breaking loose, where we had a monster that was like 2 big hands, like for a face. Yeah, we haven't come across anybody like that since until now. The Lamp Master had many hands formed from his body while also holding a bunch of lamps. I guess hence the name, Lamp Master. And you had to fight him a couple times. Very cool looking boss. Might be my favorite looking boss or a creature in general in the game. Yeah, a very, very Souls-like creature. Very freaky. I liked it a lot. That was a 2-parter battle that we ended up doing, and then that allowed us to get the stone. After giving it to Eskia, this is where everything starts going south. Eskia does take the stone and says, okay, we're good to go. Everybody just jump down on top of me. CL mentions the fact that she doesn't like water again, so she wouldn't mind some wine, presumably to calm her nerves. But before they can, oh gosh, I've thought about this. Before Gustav and Mael jump down onto Eskia, Mael asks him, like, do you want to throw a stone real quick before we head off? We're so close. You could try throwing. Maybe you'll actually hit it from here. And he's like, all right. Now this is where the white-haired man that we've been seeing throughout the game, which we still don't. Oh no, we know who he is now. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The white-haired man is approaching. I thought for sure Mael noticed him in the background, but I guess not, because he ends up shooting Gustav in the back while Mael and Gustav are reminiscing. It is an emotional moment. If I had to give one criticism for this very important moment, presumably, which is Gustav's death, I didn't like that it was interrupted by a faux battle. Also, did Gustav create the shield over Mael? As after he gets shot and Gustav says run, suddenly a shield gets put up around Mael, and I wasn't sure who did that. I guess I'm going to assume it was Gustav to protect her and prevent her from intervening. I'm not sure. The timing seemed odd. Because I think the very first thing I thought, this was after I went back and rewatched it, the first thing I thought was somebody else put it over top of her. Maybe like Lune to protect her, but I don't think they noticed at that point. But so then my other thought was it the white-haired man or someone else? But I don't know. I guess I'm going with Gustav protecting her, but she can't get out, so she can't intervene or try to help him. So he ends up fighting the white-haired man. And that goes from an emotional cinematic cutscene to a normal battle where we're trying to fight him. He just stands there. He just looks at us like it's nothing. We just keep hitting him with our skills and our spells. And then it transitions from that fake fight back to a cutscene with him and Mael. Then him defeating the white-haired man, where it goes back into the battle mode and you see the victory screen to go back to him looking at Mael, them thinking that they won, only to see that he's fine. He gets up, the white-haired man. I did not like the way this, I don't know if my playthrough was bugged. It felt very sloppy in its editing. I almost wish it was just a cutscene. The interruption with the battle the fake battle was too jarring. It was super jarring, and then like it was weird because after I did like an overcharge attack, it cut away, like the battle was no longer happening. We went back to a cutscene, and then immediately went back to a battle victory screen after Gustav like did some powerful attack with his arm that left his arm broken, his mechanical arm. I didn't like any of that. Me personally, I would have cut out all of the fake battle stuff. Just show us a cutscene. We don't need the battle to see that he's seemingly invincible. The fake battle. Unless the idea is that, oh, this is one last chance to play as Gustav? I don't know, but I would have preferred it just being a cool cutscene to where he fights him, nothing's working against him, and then finally Gustav does an all-powerful attack with his arm, blasts him against some spikes on the wall, and then his arm becomes broken, and just to see that the white-haired man stands back up, which is essentially what happened, right? Stands back up, and they're like, what the heck, man? What the heck are you? Who are you? What the heck is going on? Why are you doing this? But yeah, it does end up leading to Gustav's final breath. And then, yeah, we get the white-haired man coming up, approaching Mael, who is now broken out of the shield, which again maybe lends itself to the fact that maybe Gustav put the shield on. Gustav has died, the shield breaks. Or she breaks out of it. It seems to be kind of like going like almost like a Dark Phoenix thing, where Mael has like an internal power that she has not realized yet. Because it does look like she breaks out of the shield. She screams and the shield breaks open. And he approaches her, the white-haired man, to tell her, like, you know, you shouldn't be here. I tried to warn you. I told you to leave. You might think that this is cruel, but one day you're going to realize that this was actually... What does he say? He says, this seems like cruelty, but it's not. And one day you're going to realize that this is actually a kindness or something like that. And I'm inclined to maybe believe him partially. At least I believe that he believes that that's the case. And maybe once we have more understanding of what's going on, it'll make more sense. Again, I don't know whether or not what we're getting is some kind of... I know we've been hypothesizing time rifts, dimensional rifts. That could still be the case based on visions we've seen. I guess let's get through to that point, though. Because is he about to strike Mael down at that point? That can't be right. Because it seems like, or is he striking down Gustav's body? I should have gone back and rewatched that part again, too. Because that was a little confusing to me. Is he trying to strike down Mael in that moment? Or is he just trying to strike down in Gustav's body to finish him off? But either way, Verso shows up. We don't know it's Verso at that moment, but the guy shows up. The guy that we've been seeing in visions with the fur on his coat, and who we've pretty much believed has been looking at them from the shadows or kind of following them for a while. I guess it hasn't shown that it's true, but we've pretty much assumed that the guy that we saw looking over his shoulder as they entered the manor for the first time, we believe that was Verso. And we've been seeing him in visions of Mael's a couple times. So he shows up. Does turn out that, he's got the scar on his left eye. We had talked about that in our visions. I don't know if these are supposed to be the same person or not, at least not from the information that we've been given, but it is this weird thing where the white-haired man and Verso both have scars over their eyes, similar scars over their eyes, except the white-haired man has it over his right eye, Verso has it over his left eye. I'm assuming there's going to be an explanation for that, outside of maybe some kind of weird mirror dimensional rift. But I'm assuming they're tied together in whatever caused the scars over their eyes. Anyways, they have a conversation where basically white-haired man tells Verso, you left, you went away. You shouldn't be allowed to come back and interfere now. And then they talk about his family. Versa says, "You've had a lifetime now. This needs to end, maybe." But then the white-haired man talks about like a lifetime with his family being torn apart, and he wants his family back. To which Verso replies, "But this isn't your family." And then he shows that the white-haired girl, well, I'm referring to her as the white-haired girl now, it pans up and says, "This is your family. The girl from the dreams with the mask was there," revealing that she does have white hair, because I think we've only seen her in black and white cutscenes this entire time. So she's also got white hair. I'm sure that's going to come in. One of the faceless children that we had talked to had mentioned something about the white-haired ones or the white-haired people or something. So that makes more sense now with them. But he says that this is your family. To which the white-haired man, I keep calling him white-haired man. Can we just call him by his name? It's Renoir, right? Renoir. We get revealed that that's his name. I gotta get used to not calling him white-haired man. Renoir. That is his name, right? Yeah, Renoir. Renoir says you would use her and bring her here. I guess he was accusing Verso of bringing her there, but he says she came of her own accord. She wanted to come. So there's obviously some deeply interconnected connection between them all. Possibly Mael, if it's not some bizarre interdimensional rift situation where they're somehow related, between identical characters, just from different times or different places. I guess the simplest explanation could possibly be that they're just blood related. Because Verso does reveal that after all this is done and they get away... Oh, can we mention the fact that the reason why Lune and Ciel is not helping in all this is because the Lampmaster comes back again, but it never shows what happened with them. I guess we're assuming that Lune and Ciel end up defeating the Lampmaster finally. But yeah, the Lampmaster stops them. That's the explanation for why they're not helping and intervening, which is good. It's good that they addressed that. Otherwise, you would be questioning why didn't they come up and help. They were held off by the Lampmaster, and I guess they defeated him. They never showed what happened with them. But yeah, so they managed to get back to camp. Gosh, I really should have rewatched this whole sequence. What happened with Renoir at that point? Did he just leave? He's like, well, if Verso's here intervening, I'm just going to go. I can't remember. I should have rewatched it right before we started the stream today. It's tough going completely by memory on this. But anyways, after that conversation about family versus saying it's not your family, but she's your family, talking about the girl with the mask, they do eventually go back to camp. Verso brings Gustav's arm with him, and Lune and Ciel kind of comfort each other. Verso reveals to them that he was there to help. I don't think he mentions that he's been watching, but I think we know as an audience that he has been watching them for a while. They ask, like, who the heck are you? Why are you wearing this kind of uniform? To which he reveals that I am an expeditioner. But they're surprised by this. They're like, we don't know you. And in their mind, they should know him, because any other expeditioners from prior would be dead, of course. He reveals that no, he's an older expeditioner. He's actually from the very first expedition. Which I'm a little weirded out by. Did he say he's from 00? This throws everything out of whack for me on what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Did he say he's from 00? The very first? But they're calling it the very first, though. That's what doesn't make sense to me. That implies that they've been sending expeditions from the very beginning, the moment the rapture happened? I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch. I assumed that they did not start sending out expeditions until like the 80s. If only because we only have a journal that goes to 84. Music, can you tell me? How's it going, Music? Welcome back. Can you tell me, am I remembering correctly? Did Verso say that him and Renoir are from 00? Doesn't this kind of not make sense? I might have to throw criticism on the writing in this case. Because we've talked about this earlier in the game. That... But does that imply that they were sent on an expedition the same year the rapture happened? The rupture happened? That doesn't make any sense. How would you prepare for something like that? And would they even know to go after somebody like the paint? What was the point of the expedition? But that's my point. Yeah, I know all that. He reveals that I'm an expeditioner. I'm from 00. They ask, why are you not old? He goes, I'm not really sure. At some point here, some of us stopped aging. And then he mentions Renoir. Renoir was the commander of his expedition. And they just stopped aging. We'll come back to this, but yeah, he reveals that Renoir, the reason why he's been attacking all of them is that Renoir believes that his immortality is tied to the Paintress, and that if any of the expeditioners manage to actually succeed in their goal of taking her down, that could risk his immortality. This is what Verso has revealed to us. I don't know if he's lying about some things, or if this is the truth, because this definitely simplifies things a lot. Music says he mentions in the cinematic that Renard believes his immortality. Yeah. Oh, why can't I see your most recent message? What did you say? I won't answer that because you'll have to play through. The game is good at filling in these holes. Okay, hopefully that's true then. If you just tell me that these holes are being filled, I'm down for that. Because for me, this doesn't make sense. We have talked about this a number of times in previous streams. That when the rupture, is it called the rupture? Am I misremembering? When the rupture happened, world was torn apart, city was separated, thrown into the ocean. 00 appears on a tree. The fracture. Thank you. 00 appears, but I'm going like, from a logical standpoint, you wouldn't know what's going on. You wouldn't know about the Gommage. The Gommage should not have been a solidified thing at this point. And you wouldn't necessarily know that people are disappearing according to the number that's going down. Now, I did say that it would make sense that it wouldn't make sense that they wouldn't have, maybe the traditional expedition wouldn't happen later on, the whole we're going over to try to stop the Paintress thing. But it would make sense that you would try to take some boats, some ships, and go off and see what the heck is going on after the fracture happened. Just to explore. But that's why two things don't make sense to me. One, those on Expedition 00, assuming that makes sense at all, would not know about the Gommage. There's no shot the Gommage, anybody would know about the Gommage right after the fracture happened. I also wouldn't think that it would make sense that they would want to go after the Paintress, because they also wouldn't know. You also wouldn't think this figure that changes the number back in 00 would be causing the Gommage to happen, let alone knowing what the heck the Gommage was. Because I was saying, like, if this were to really happen, fracture happens, city gets thrown out, maybe you send ships out to explore, but you wouldn't realize something like the Gommage was happening until subsequent years. Possibly at least a decade's worth of years before you really had an understanding about what was happening each year. And then it would maybe make sense at some point down that line after a decade or so, that you would then go, all right, it seems to us that this paintress, whoever it is, they must be causing the Gamage to happen. People are disappearing. We need to start sending expeditions over there to put a stop to her. That would make sense. But this, finding out that Verso and Renoir are from 00 has completely thrown a wrench in the gears for any of that thought. Any of those back lore thoughts that I had about the expeditions. And it doesn't make any sense to me now. But obviously, Lune and Ciel are like, oh, right, Expedition 00. You're from that early one. Okay. Well, it's weird that you're not old, but nobody's talking about the fact that, I don't know. Like I said, at the very least, it doesn't make sense to me that the expedition from 00 would know anything about the Gamage, or the Paintress for that matter, and changing, unless they learned about it later on from other expeditioners, which I guess is possible. Yeah, it's definitely, even though Verso has simplified some things, it's definitely made a lot more confusing, and it's definitely made a lot more questions. Now, the simplified stuff comes from the fact that obviously we've been having, like I said, time rift, dimensional rift theories on what might be going on and who these characters are and how they're tied to each other, how their relation is. Are they simply blood related? That's one thought I have too, is that I guess if some of these people are from Expedition 00, they could be blood related to Mael in some way. That's always a possibility. That would be the far simpler explanation than dimensional rifts. But then the other explanation is, okay, what's going on? Well, apparently some of the early expeditioners stopped aging. Why is the white-haired man being a dick? Well, it's because he wants to be immortal, so he doesn't want anybody to try to stop the Paintress. All of this simplifies these details. But yeah, lots of new questions that have arisen from all of this. And whether or not we can even believe everything that Verso's telling them. But Verso seems to be on the up and up. Obviously, his confrontation with Renoir is... makes him seem to be okay. At least an okay guy, if not a decent man. We also have the fact that he apparently has been longtime friends with Esquier. We had Esquier earlier on mention that his best friend was Verso, or one of his best friends is Verso. We now find out it's this guy that we've been seeing in visions and who's been following them. So Verso is good friends with Esquier, and if we can assume that Esquier is a pretty good being, at least from so far it seems so, that he must be a good judge of character too, right? So we can assume Verso is a decent dude, at least as of the moment. It's revealed that Verso and Esquier have not seen each other for over 3 years. So we can assume that from that knowledge that Verso has broken contact with somebody that he enjoyed hanging out with, Esquier, that is how long it's been since he stepped away. Because Renoir and Verso had that conversation saying, like, you left. You can't just come back and intervene now. You chose to walk away. Get out of my affairs, right? Is essentially what Renoir said to Verso. So we can assume that happened over 3 years ago, for the amount of time that Esquier and Verso have not seen each other. So they caught up a bit. Verso reveals essentially that Esquier apparently loses his stones all the time. Maybe he loses them on purpose. There is a point where we can ask if he's just losing them on purpose. And that would be a funny idea, that he's just losing it on purpose so he can just keep having more adventures trying to recover the stones. I don't think I chose that dialogue option, though. There's lots of different alternate dialogue options you can pick in this game that it doesn't let you pick the other ones. That would be one reason to definitely replay the game, so we can pick the ones we haven't picked. But yeah, he talks to the other camp members a bit, revealing the immortality with Renoir. Mael is over listening this, and she says, so if we want to kill Noir, we need to kill the Paintress first. That might be oversimplifying things, is my guess. Anything else that we missed from all of this? Oh, yeah. Renoir pulls like a Doctor Strange and pushes Mael's like spirit out of her body, to which she ends up kind of lost in a plane where she hears two voices. Now, I'm glad we have the subtitles on, because I'm assuming this is confirming that these two voices we're listening to are not any characters that we are familiar with yet, because it labeled them as unknown man, unknown woman. Now, I believe the unknown man is oh my gosh, Andy Serkis. I had heard that those were the two actors that I had heard were in this. Andy Serkis and Charlie Cox. And nobody that we've heard so far from is Andy Serkis. I was wondering whether Andy Serkis was Renoir, but the more I listened to him talk, the more I was like, nah, it doesn't seem this. But the unknown man in this sequence seems very clearly Andy Serkis. So yeah, I believe these are two. If it hadn't had been for the subtitles saying unknown man, unknown woman, though, I would be wondering whether or not these are two characters we should already know. And I'm not picking out their voices. And they talk about, gosh, that's another sequence I should have rewatched too. But this is it almost seems like they're worried. These two seem to be worried about Mael. And they do talk about, like, the last thing he says is something like, when this is all over, we're all going to be able to leave together. Now, this does make things interesting to ponder, going back and looking at Mael's last nightmare, where we did note the fact that to her left was Gustave and I believe his sister, and to her right was Verso. I'm not sure about the woman to his right, though. Yeah, I'm not sure who she was. Could have been one of the characters we already know, or somebody we don't know yet. I'm not sure. But yeah, lots of things to ponder. Lots of things to ponder. Right. I feel like I'm possibly spoiling some of the things that I probably would have fun noticing on the second playthrough, by the fact that I am going back and rewatching some of the cutscenes and stuff. But Cleo, I can't help it, because Cleo's not able to keep up with all of the cutscenes. Speaking of which, thank you, Cleo. So yeah, I have been rewatching cutscenes, and so I have been like picking up as we've been going, and I've been having to go back to rewatch some stuff. I've been picking up some things here and there that I didn't notice the first time around. I really like Verso. Yeah, Subject said Verso is a great character. I'm liking him a lot so far. So, I mean, I guess that reaffirms. To me, that in and of itself is a spoiler, though, Subject. Because if you tell me he's a great character, then I'm assuming that we're going to be with him for a long haul now. And I'm assuming he is a good guy. Like I said, SKA, we have to assume SKA is a good judge of character. So we can assume Verso is on the up and up. But yeah, Music said that the game is honestly just as good the second time around. Like I said, there is a lot of conversation trees where you can pick different dialogue that I'm definitely going to want to replay it and pick the different dialogue that we didn't do the first time. So yeah, lots of new questions. Hopefully those holes that I mentioned as far as like the Expedition 00 making any sense, why they would send an expedition at that time, why they would know about the Gommage, and why they'd be going after the Paintress, if they were back in Expedition 00. It's thrown my assumptions on the back lore completely out of whack, which was they probably didn't start sending expeditions for at least a decade. But apparently that's not true. Apparently they sent an expedition as early as the first year of the fracture. So yeah, we need more answers. Hopefully we're going to get them. But let's jump right back into it. We did not end the camp We did not end the camp on the last stream. Normally, we go through the camp and we leave the camp at the end of each stream. We did not do that this time around, as we're getting underway here into Act 2, titled Verso. So we need to finish catching up in the camp, and then we're going to be leaving the camp. So that's what we're going to be jumping right into here. But again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and happy Friday. Happy Friday. As always, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, please do me the kindness. It's a small but precious deed that I do very much appreciate. Subscribe, share all the good things. Thank you, thank you. Let's get started. Let's go! So yeah, here we are. Still chilling. Still chilling here at camp. So yeah, we did not finish catching up with everybody. We actually have an option to talk to Mael and CL here. I am gonna change CL's. Dylan actually mentioned that. I didn't even realize that. So is this hair? So this hairstyle is Mael's then, right? Yeah, it was doing some funny stuff in the cutscene. So I think we're gonna go back to her bun. Her bun, which is a little less lively. And I think I'm fine with everything else. Dylan Black mentioned the fact that we have overlapping hairstyles from the different characters. And this is Mael's. Do I have that for anybody else? At least not at the moment. But I'm assuming we're going to get other overlapping hairstyles at some point. Verso does not have them as of yet. What about over here? Does she have any hairstyles from other people? Whose hair is rebellious? I don't know. I don't know. It's not Lune's hair, is it? Is Lune's the rebellious hair? Is that what it is? Oh yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so the rebellious hairstyle is Lune's. Which, I'll stick with the flower. I like the flower for the same reason. It makes her hair a little less wacky with the physics. This has been my decision making on most of the hairstyles. It's just hair that doesn't go crazy all over the place. I do like the long braid on this one, though. I do like it. But we're gonna stick with the short. So yeah, Music pointed out the fact that Gustav does have his weapons now. Now here's the thing. I had noticed earlier on that Gustav did not have the level bonuses. But it was so earlier on that I assumed that this was like possibly just going to be some kind of unique trait between them and the weapons were going to be different. And then I completely forgot about it. The fact that his weapons didn't have any level bonuses. So yeah, now that we have the weapons over on Verso, we actually do have little bonuses on the levels that we can look at. I'm not sure what this means. Abysserum was my favorite Gustav weapon. 50% increased damage on rank D. No damage increase on other ranks. So, which... I don't have a rank D. I don't understand what this means. Does this just mean anything other than the B and the C? Are those all considered rank Ds? And then we have his weapon, which is level 8. There's no bonuses on this. It looks cool, though. I'm down with the simplicity of this one. Noram also, he's got the same dagger in these two. I guess This was this Gustav's original weapon? Yeah, we need to bring him out for sure. We need to put him on the team. Who should we sit out though? Don't lose rank when taking damage from powerless enemies. Oh, I see. I'm just not understanding what his abilities are. His abilities are tied to ranks. Okay, I see. Yeah, so obviously we don't understand this yet. We need to... I'm assuming, is there going to be a tutorial for him, like everybody else? Oh, really? Noah. That's a fun little Easter egg. This is a crazy weapon. I like the idea of that, though. Recover 5% health for per foretell applied. Healing costs 1 less AP. She's been very handy in her ability to just keep fighting because of her healing attacks. We could set CL out. Although, from the vision, it's making me wonder, are CL and Verso gonna hook up? If it is CL that we saw in the vision, then at the very least, I'm assuming Verso and CL are going to be close, or for whatever reason, they're going to be sticking together. Yeah, we could do this. We'll run this true. Although I really want to change up Lune's abilities. I was thinking about that. I want to change up Lune's skills. We've been running the same bloody stuff on her for so long. I have not been using Rock Slide very much at all since we got Mayhem. I've not been liking Mayhem. It's not proven to be super helpful, at least at the moment anyways. I don't want to get rid of both though, because we do need at least one thing that can break if we need it to. But see, we have Elemental Trick, we haven't put that on. We have Fire Rage. We never tried that. So let's swap some of these skills out. And give them a try. Mayhem breaks and it only costs 3, so maybe we'll keep. But you have to have the 4 stains for the break on Mayhem, so I don't know. Maybe Rock Slide makes more sense to keep for breaking. Hey MP, welcome back. Happy Friday. Should we just swap a bunch of these out? Elemental Trick sounds fun. Generating, if we have critical hits. The funny thing is, though, is that we got Elemental Trick when we had her critical rate up over 65%. Which means we could have really started stacking stains. I mean, 50% obviously is still pretty good, but obviously nowhere near as much as we had before. See, the problem I'm running into, too, is that I want to swap these out, but I'm like, do we swap? Do we swap? Immolation's really useful because it is cheap, but I don't know. Let's just swap out everything for expensive stuff across the board. Let's do Elemental Trick, replace Mayhem. We'll keep the cheap break option for Rock Slide. Swap out Fire Rage for Immolation, which I just want to try. I don't know if it's going to be good, but I like the idea of it. And we could put Ice Lance back on. Although Thermal Transfer is so nice getting that 4 AP. Did I ever try Wildfire? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. This is a crazy setup to me, but we'll just roll with it. Alright, so we need to take him out. We unlocked his basic first 6 skills. We'll just keep it like this. We'll try these initial skills out, see how they are, and then we'll worry about unlocking his other stuff. And we crash. Doggone it. I don't have an explanation. I got no explanation. Oh, dang it. Right as we were getting out of it. Do you think it saved? It probably didn't save. Son of a dink. I'm sorry, girls. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know how frequently it auto-saves, but my guess is that it probably doesn't auto-save after changing skills. We got lucky that one time where it crashed and it auto-saved right after a battle. It's all tied together. The whole thing's a conspiracy. Is audio coming through? I don't think I'm getting audio or video. Nope, I'm not. Not the way you guys should be hearing it. feel bad. The girls were all comfy. All nice and comfy. I don't even feel like I was doing anything. Why did it crash? There wasn't anything significant that happened. Dang it. Dang it. Yeah. All right, we have 36 color of Lumina right now. That's a lot of Lumina. $50 for everyone. We'll save these two in case one person needs them. We need to upgrade any weapons. Could upgrade Mael's if we want to stick with her Medulum. At least we'll bump it up to level 8. Alright, now for her... Casting a skill increases the skill damage of all other elements by 20%. Resets when casting a skill of a previous element. So we have to, if we want to make best of this one, we need to make sure that we're doing all of them as much as possible. We only have the one Earth based. Not entirely helpful, but at the very least we should be trying to swap between fire, ice, and lightning. The other one that we were using was this one? What did we have right before that? I think it was this one. Healing skills generate 1 additional light stain. Ironically, we're taking off our 1 healing skill. So we'll probably not switch back to this. And then yeah, we this one's pretty cool. Applying the 10 foretell is pretty awesome. But I also like the sound of this too. Recovering 5% health per foretell. Alright. Alright, we didn't do much. What did we do? Let's see, did it save her skills? It did. Okay, cool. Nice one, Sandfall. Good autosave system. Alright, so we don't have to catch up on anything else. Who should we talk to first? We have someone over here. We have Lune over here.
Expedition Zero left 67 years ago, which would make you...
About 100. Yeah.
Tell me about the fracture.
Okay, so we're actually gonna get some of these answers. I don't know if there's gonna be anything that addresses my plot holes. I'm assuming music. You heard all of my issues, right? With the plot holes of them going out immediately, right away, and all that. But you think that is gonna be stuff that gets addressed? Okay. Hmm. 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 Ooh. Hmm.
I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight, am I?
Mm-hmm. Expedition Zero left six.
About 100.
Oh, I
Tell
guess
me
we're
about
done.
I'm not gonna get much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a good replacement for Gustav. Can we talk to Sastro? Where's Sastro?
Yeah, there.
Okay. Brief conversation. I forgot we got a new record. This one.
Mon ami.
I could say the same for you.
Is there no way to like do a full
Great.
skip on
Oh,
conversations in case you get in a repeated conversation like that? Alright, so let's catch up with Mael and CL. It's a nice shot. Alright, good catch up. Brief, to the point, not much else to say. Alright, I guess we're done. I guess we didn't hit... Outside of talking with Lune, we didn't have much to do. Go through the forgotten battlefield to continue to the monolith.
I'm really sorry I didn't arrive sooner. He was your brother?
In a way.
Something like that.
Losing family is
I
difficult.
know. I know what you're going to say. You want to offer your condolences. You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it. I've had enough condolences. I've lost so many families now. I just need... Can you please go?
swim. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the fact that we now have a relationship level. Are we gonna have this for everybody? We unlocked rank 1 relationship with Eskie.
Head for the monolith.
Okay.
Through the quarry to the north.
What the hell is happening over there? What is going on over there? Man, I didn't talk about this in my recap. It kind of occurred to me that my L would feel so guilty over what happened to Gustav, because if she hadn't suggested throwing rocks, they would have just immediately jumped down onto Eskie and gotten away. Well, maybe not. Who knows? The Lamp Master may have stopped them from getting away anyways. So maybe not, but you would think that that probably would weigh down on her mind. Recommend frequently speaking with everyone in camp. I think we've been doing that. Are you saying that you recommend that we go back to camp more often than I've been doing before? We've only been going back to camp at the end of each stream. Although, before we went to the Stonewave Cliffs, it wouldn't even let me go to the Stonewave Cliffs until I went back to camp. Otherwise, that's been the normal play pattern. Every time we've been coming to an end on the stream, then I go back to camp. Are you suggesting that I go back to camp more frequently? Hopefully I didn't miss anything with Gustav. Between story beats. What does that mean? Like between each area? Okay. That's good. That is good. Where the hell are we? Okay, we're way up here. Should we immediately head off? Go through the Forgotten Battlefield to continue to the monolith? Or should we do backtrack? Because there's some things we've left behind. Obviously, there's this thing that I'm assuming we now can get access to with his swim ability, and then we still have this area over here too. Should we do some backtracking? It would give us an opportunity to learn Verso. Can I go anywhere on water?
Speed! And go!
Gosh, he can swim super fast.
Acceleration!
Hiya, humans. Care for a good deal? Double braid. And vintage. Vintage? Have I seen vintage before? Double braid. I'm curious what double braid looks like. I need a list of what hairstyles are just rehashed from other characters. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Double braid. I can't see it. Turn around. I kind of like that. Braids like this are some of my favorite hairstyles on women. I like braids because they kind of, I don't know, there's all kinds of like hairstyles where you add volume, you make it bigger, slick it back, add bangs, etc., etc. But there's something about braids that there's this artistic touch to a hair braid that makes it look so nice. That I appreciate it. I appreciate it when girls can do a good braid in their hair.
Let us get wet. di Grindavi.
That's what I just put her on. Is that not what I just put on? Find an expeditioner. Are these Gustav items? Well, either Gustav is coming back or we missed out on them. Unless that's somebody else. I can't remember if we left Gustav stuff behind. Am I going to regret not having bought everything for Gustav the first time around? Is there going to be trophies, achievements tied to acquiring all cosmetic items? I am completely down for any and all suggestions as far as when to do side areas. This is the beach. Oh, I passed. I was past where I was wanting to go. There's a lot of places we can go now, though. If we have full access to water, there's tons of places we can go now. I think I only just now realized that this is one of those giant gestrels. This is where their arena is? Like, what about this area down here, now that we can presumably come at it from these beach approaches? So you don't think I should do this one? I should do this one. The top one, not the left one? Oh. Which one should I do first? This one down here or the cave up here? There was one place that we approached that was called Lost Woods. That's not this. This is Yellow Harvest, isn't it? We came out on the other side of Yellow Harvest, didn't we? Oh yeah, that's right. This is what the bridge was for. Okay. Alright, we'll go do the south one then. Yeah, this is Lost Woods. This is not the cave though. How do I even get to the cave? So you think I should do the cave before Lost Woods? Alright, let's head back to the south one. MP, you're freaking me out. I feel like I'm... Because you came in and said hi earlier, didn't you? Am I losing my mind?
Swimsuit on.
Gosh, he swims so fast, it's crazy. Hey, look, there's another big guy. Another big Gestrel over there. Or not Gestrel. Nevron. Did I call that guy a Gestrel too? Ooh, we got another one of these big guys over here too.
Ben, 64, Epsilon. We radioed our first report to Gamma. The line is good. Alpha will be out of radio range for a few days as they investigate down coast. They spotted an interesting island which could make a good relay point for the southern half of the continent. But Gamma hasn't heard from Betat in 2 weeks. Marceau should reach her in another day. I hope Kalina's okay. But it seems someone is using our radios against us. How do they even know our codes? Nobody's used them since the fracture. Sean fears we've been betrayed, but
Oh shoot.
I refuse to believe that.
Okay, good. Let's just try to scroll down. They had radios? Why don't we have radios? MP, how you doing? Happy Friday.
I am speed.
Should we fight this guy? He's hanging out with a boat. Whose boat is this? Shoot, I didn't get first strike. Thank you, MP. Always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. We like MP. I do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I always get confused when the position of my characters are different. So we got Mael in the middle now. We have no idea what we're doing with Verso. So this is going to be interesting. Probably should have looked at Verso's Pictos. I don't think we did that. We should have probably done that. Oh, gosh.
Flames, hooray!
Let the ink flow.
Potiers summon pots? What? What is happening? Do I need to be worried about these pots? Don't summon pots. Get out of here, you pots summoner. Rush is a buff that increases the speed of the character by 33%. Is there a way to avoid this?
And grace.
Doggone it. I just ate Lune. Lune.
Flames. On me.
Ready to strike.
Alright, yeah, I have no idea what to do with Verso. Verso's Perfection. Verso gains perfection every time he deals damage or manages to parry or dodge. Okay. A higher perfection rank increases his damage. Some skills have additional effects at specific perfection ranks. Taking any damage removes one perfection rank. Once per enemy turn. Perfection. Upgrade your perfection rank by attacking and not getting hit. Higher ranks increase your power and unlock new skill effects. Alright, I have not read any of these either. Assault 0. More physical damage, 5 hits. Generates 1 perfection. From fire, does medium physical damage. Heals yourself and burns? Oh no, if the target's burning. Then we have recover 50% health and dispel status effects. And it can give 0 to 2 perfection. We have a marking shot, but it seems like, I don't know, outside of just helping Mael out in this situation, this isn't going to help us much. We're not going to get any perfection from it. Quick strike will give some perfection. Purification, medium light damage, dispels self status effects. All right, let's try to get some perfection since this is the first time we're doing anything. It almost makes me kind of want to do perfect recovery just to see if we can get a couple perfection. But we don't need the health. Yeah, wait, so do we only have 2? Okay, we have 3 skills that actually will give us perfection. I guess let's try perfect recovery and hope that it doesn't give us 0. Hopefully it gives us at least 1. Oh, this is... Wait, hold on. So this is just healing. Why did I think it was going to be an attack plus a heal like CL? No, let's at least do some damage.
Here we go.
Come on. Couldn't finish him off? Alright, we need to get rid of that dude. Bloody flying mage.
Bring it on.
Ready to parry. Caught up.
I have no idea what his pots do. Can I just finish you off? Nope. Not that simple. I want to finish him off. We are going to... I guess we're just going to keep applying burn to you. Give me back Lune!
Let's dance. Okay.
Oh no. Dang it, man. How did I miss the first one? She's done 269 health. We're on B rank right now. Now, I'm seeing... Okay, so the different ranks we have are going to add these things. So Perfect Recovery needs rank C, I'm assuming, to give us that increased heal. And then we have a rank D. So we only get more perfection if we're on rank D with Quick Strike. Okay.
I can do it.
Girl, you need to heal. But we're gonna... Oh no, wait. Alright, yeah, let's go to Blue Shores.
On fire.
Not impressed.
Please survive. I can do it.
We really need to heal. We really need to heal. heal her, right?
What's this? Watch out, my Al.
So dodge!
Alright, do I have any breaks from you, sir? You have no break functions, do you? It's great. It's great.
I'll use your fire.
Let's spill some ink.
We have no way to get Lune back. I have no break abilities. There's no way for me to get her out. I'm gonna have to do this without Lune. I didn't get to try any of her new abilities. Okay.
Aya! Flames rain! That's so dodge!
Damn it. Damn it. That's not good. Uh-oh. Ah, dang it. Oh gosh, CL, you gotta save the day, girl.
Try me. Take your shot.
Alright, we can break out... I don't know. Can we break out Lune? I have no idea. Let's find out. Let's see if we can get him to spit her up. Although he's probably just gonna eat one of us right afterwards. Now hold on, it says it can break. That means it should break, right? Even if we don't have any foretell or anything? I guess let's try. Aw, man. Dang it. That's what I was afraid of. Because it's considered all three of them having died. It didn't give me Lune back. Oh, that sucks.
No. I'm waiting.
Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, we should have backed out and done his Pictos. I forgot again. We'll try one more time, and then we'll get his Pictos put into place.
Flames that rain!
There has got to be a way to avoid that. This is madness. Are you just guaranteed to be down a player? Not to mention, how do you avoid Is this something we can look up? There's got to be a way to avoid his swallowing. Our character doesn't seem to do anything on his approach. Because we're getting screwed here. It's like he knows she's the only one with a break. And so we're getting boned because we can't break her out. Let's see. How to avoid being swallowed by the Virgin. Let's see. Someone asked, can we avoid getting eaten? According to this, there's an audio cue. It says that you have to, in the process of him being swallowing, I don't know. We're gonna have to test this. According to this, as he's swallowing a person, you should be able to dodge out of it. And that there's a slowdown and an audio cue? I don't know. It doesn't help us for the moment. Lunea is gone, and she's perma-gone. We need to get rid of him. I mean, we need to get rid of both of these guys.
Let's carve a path.
Verso, die! Ready to parry.
Watch out, Mael.
Let's
Dang it,
spill
man.
some ink.
Let's carve a path.
So he's at C.
Guard up! Guard up! Place on me.
Let me heal her.
Here we go.
Dang it. Dang it.
Time to hit big.
need to heal her. I need to heal her.
God up! This will hurt.
Incoming.
Oh, that
carve a
sucked.
path.
Thank goodness I healed her. I gotta heal her again.
Aya!
Not impressed.
On me! On me!
Watch out.
This will hurt.
Well, these starter skills are not great. Oh my gosh. That was close.
Finesse and grace. From fire.
Watch out, Mael.
They're so done.
I think I'll improvise.
I gotta use his skills. Do we... 2 healing left. I don't want to waste them on him if we need them for her.
That's better.
This will hurt. Flames. Rain. On me.
Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Let's carve a path.
I won't disappoint. Guard up.
Watch out, Mael.
They're so done.
Careful now.
On me.
Let's have some fun. Here we go.
Blades sharpened.
No! Oh, I think I saw was the slow part just as he's getting it inside the mouth? I don't know if I would have considered that a swallow. I think I might have seen where he slows down.
Flames. On me. Ready to parry.
Alright, come on. Come on, girl. We need to free our buds.
Flames. Rain.
Nice. Poor Luna. Stuck with his stomach the whole time. Yeah, storms weren't too bad, MP. Today, anyways. Got a new variant of her weapon. And the Eviscerum. That's a weird coincidence. Alright. Oh. Did it do it automatically, or did I already do this for him? Maybe? Or was this left over from Gustav? Okay. I don't know, but so he wasn't running on empty. But let's Is this just the same stuff that we had on Gustav? Because if we're going to take him out, we shouldn't have him shaped as a solo fighter. Let's see. Does he have attribute points that we... Oh, we haven't done his attribute points. Is that what we still need to do? Okay. That also makes a big difference. Oh yeah, so we need to stop somewhere and get his attributes leveled up. Definitely need to do that. Hmm. Alright, bloody hell. Alright, so we have a general understanding of how Verso's shtick works. His ranking system. It's pretty straightforward. It's not too complicated.
Salam. I'm the fastest ball.
Don't know if I'm missing anything out here. We did get something right here. I don't remember what it was. Let's go ahead and head in here. See what's up. In the meadows. This is just a locked place. What is this?
Oh, lovely.
Our painted family. This crazy desert background for this place. All right, that was quick. The meadows. I don't know if we missed something else down here. We had the boss fight. We picked up one item. Let's move on. Now, music said to go to the cave, but I don't think we can get to this cave. We can go here to this place.
Let us get wet. Uma vida. Iracevo.
Unless we have to approach the place from, I don't know. Yeah, is this approachable from behind it? It seems like it should be connected to this open area, but I'm not really sure. Try to go around behind.
Sudan. It's the swimmer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can. It's right here. Alright, well, if this is what music was talking about, we could do this. I don't know when we're going to do this. The Lost Woods. But let's go check out this cave, because I think that's what music was recommending, is this. Crushing Cavern. Let's actually make Verso better, shall we? we didn't give him any points at all. Now, I kind of don't want... Do you... I need a break ability with you, sir. Do you not... Okay, there's your break. There's a break. Let's, okay, we got some skills that, have S. So what's the implication here? It says cost 2 AP. So once we're at S, I'm assuming these abilities are more powerful and that then they end up having to cost another 2 AP. A and duration increased to 5 turns. Place powerful to 1/3 allies. That'd be a good bonus. We have a lot of skill points. But I honestly feel like we need to have at least one break on everybody. Do not have that situation again. Can break. Rank S on break. That's cool. Wait, at B this costs Oh, no, it's a reduction. Is that the idea? So if we're on S, it reduces it from 5 to 2? That's way better. That only makes sense based on this, too, because it says cost 5. There's no way it would cost that much HP, so that would just make sense. So the higher the rank, we get actual AP cost reductions. That's nice. So we have a skill that can add AP. Let's get at least this one. Damage is increased for each health Verso is missing? What? Blitz. Kills non-boss enemies with less than 10% health. Interesting. Depending on the enemy. I'm intrigued by this one. Damage is increased for health missing. Damage increased for each free aim shot this turn, up to 10 times. So, what, I would take like a bunch of free aim shots and then use this? It would increase its damage? Is that what that is saying? Removes all status effects from all allies and applies them to Verso. Reduces current rank. And then gives 2 to 4 AP to other allies. Interesting. I mean, that could be used in... At first reading, it seems like it's... To give 2 to 4 to other allies, you're sacrificing a rank. But this could tie together with some other skills, I would imagine, pretty nicely. That sounds fun. That's a high-end one. It costs 9. Deals extreme light damage to all enemies. 5 hits and can break. S drops it down to 5. I'm tempted to get that just so we can try it out. I can't. We need 2 more points. Let's wait. Let's try to get him a higher end one right off the bat. Alright, so now that we have some new skills, let's make sure he has at least 1 break. I mean, we could do that for Mael, too. We haven't been running any breaks with her, either. Oh, we're still 1 more point off. We need to level up. I want to get this one. Of course, this one doesn't have break. Do I have any skills that break with her? I do. Floret Fury. We could put that on. Is it the only one I've got? And it is. It's the only one we've got. What would I replace it with? I'm tempted to replace it with Guard Down because I haven't been using Guard Down at all. I might do that. We might switch that up. Because, yeah, I have not been using it whatsoever. Even though I'm sure it'd be good. Applies defenseless for 3 turns. I just haven't. I don't know. We haven't been trying to use it at all. So yeah, let's put this on in case we need a break. In case we need a break. You too, buddy. You too. Alright, we gotta figure out what we're removing. We have 2 healing ones. This one does medium single target damage. Heals self by 20%. Only if the target is burning. Which our targets tend to burn a lot. We need perfection. Do we gain perfection no matter what? I mean, okay, gain 1 additional perfection. Critical hits gain 1 additional perfection. So I'm assuming we gain perfection no matter what, at least some, as long as we're making hits and not getting hit. And these ones, I'm assuming, just give us extra perfection. D gives more perfection. The rare D. I don't know how I feel about this combo. We got some support ones. We could rely on him being a support. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this goes. We got the girls. They did both come back after the crash. And we got Milo next door. There's our boy. He just looks like a white ball. There he is. He's like, what? What's happening? Can't really make out Nova too well. Might just put the focus on Luna. Oh, shoot! Oh, hi. Hi there. Oh, you're alive. You are not a statue like I first thought. We can go right back up. Look at this guy. He looks crazy. Should we go back up? Or should we say hello to this thing? Oh, this area is big. What the heck is this low resolution thing? What's up with the low res on this? Feels like we shouldn't have been able to come over to it, doesn't it? Yeah, you don't start noticing the low res until beyond this point. It's like we shouldn't be able to go beyond this point. Is this thing gonna squish me? Oh gosh. Wow, I'm blind. I only just now noticed all these bodies. That doesn't make me want to approach him. We're getting tripped up on these bodies. Yeah, this side's the same. Yeah, let's see.
It's an ambush.
Oh. Thanks, Verso. It's an ambush? Like, can we go under his armpit? Nope. We are getting into a fight. Giant sapling.
Flames. Rain.
What? Whoa,
Watch
no.
out, Lael. Bring it on.
Gosh. Okay. What does exhausted do again? We're all exhausted. It just lowers our speed, doesn't it?
Elements converge.
We already have him on a break. Don't have enough points to break him, though.
Brace
You're gonna get
yourselves.
crushed.
Let us stain them.
Oh no, I need, oh gosh. I was gonna say I need my L. I do need my L, but we don't have any AP.
I'm ready.
I need to break. I need to break. Dum 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 dum.
Danger!
What danger?
Incoming!
I'm ready.
No, got it.
Blades sharpened. Blades on me.
No, we are so screwed.
Careful, Mael.
Shield. No, he's shielding himself again.
That's
Got
got
it.
path.
Oh man.
Take cover!
Okay.
Get ready. Oh well.
Yeah, okay, so you gotta parry it like just before it looks like it's gonna hit.
Take down that shield.
Ready to strike.
We're dead. Oh, we're dead. What about CL? She didn't get crushed. Duck got it. Oh, what? It threw us out like it didn't happen. So yeah, we gotta do enough damage to him quick. I don't like... Gosh. So yeah, I'm assuming if we go back up... How do we get across the way? There is an item we can pick up over there. Oh, this is someplace different. Is this where we came in? Yes, it is. There's got to be a way to get over there. Other than awkwardly... Alright, screw it.
It's
Let's
an
just fight
ambush.
him again. That sucks that it's throwing us out instead of just letting us try to refight. I'm stuck. We've got to block those exhausts. Oh yeah. Why are we switching to her? Shouldn't I be... I thought we had Mael set to first strike. Did I accidentally take that off? Maybe. Or I accidentally put it on her.
On guard. Flames rain.
If I shoot him in the eyeballs, does his eyeballs, are his eyeballs weak? Hmm.
No time to lose. Incoming. Get ready. Watch out.
Ersto, dodge!
A storm is coming.
Worth it.
Ready to parry.
All right, MP. Good night. Good night, MP. It was good to see you. We will catch you later. Always a good friendly reminder. Be like MP and hit that like button. If you commit yourself to do such a kindness, it's a small deed, goes a long way. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Feel free to subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, MP. Take it easy. Sleep well. I mean, we could reduce his shield with just her shots, I suppose. Irony is, like, now I kind of do wish I had Mayhem. Mayhem with Elemental Trick could be very useful. And we could also break him if we didn't have the bloody shields.
On guard!
Man, we just need AP. We need AP.
Okay,
Careful, Maya.
Lune, watch out!
Alright, let's try this. We haven't done it yet, but we do have 2 ice set up for it.
I'm ready!
Let's carve a path.
We need AP, sir! We need AP! We gotta kill him on this next turn. No, don't take the shield.
Fury of fire.
On guard!
I should have given it to him. I should have given it to him. That would have lined up perfectly. Come on. We are on B. This better do it. No! Oh, the burning killed him. Oh, that's so lucky. Oh, we got it on the burn. Solidifying. +2 shields when the character's health falls below 50%. Once per battle. 116 defense. Interesting. Very interesting. I forgot we were running no heal on her. We haven't really gotten much time to experiment with it. The only fights that we've done have not involved her taking any damage in one and her getting swallowed in the other. Yeah, we do have first strike. Why has that not been working? Did I accidentally apply first strike on her? No. Yeah, I'm confused. I am confused. Because it made Lune fight first this last battle, didn't it? What's the point of putting on first strike? It's not gonna work. Unless I've completely misunderstood what play first means, and it just means we get to play first over the enemy? First hit dealt, taking 30 deals 50% more. That's 78 speed with 13% critical rate. I want to put on this. She's well protected at the start. We could swap this for him. Extra boost. He's not going to have much health. Knocking this out, but I don't know. Maybe that giant... I guess it wouldn't be a giant boost of defense for him, because we're losing 50 defense by swapping this out. She could use it for sure. And it would be interesting combining the higher defense with this take 50% less damage but can't be healed. And then, yeah, applying 2 shields when falling below 50% too. This could be a very interesting setup. Deal 50% more damage if health is below 10% could also be interesting on her, too, if she's still around. Like, she'll just have a bunch of last-ditch efforts. And we'd have more defense. Interesting. Let's try this. We're going to swap Powerful Revive for At Death's Door. She's got almost 300 defense now. Okay. We'll roll with this. We'll see how it goes. Gosh, yeah, I don't know how his setup was working, but obviously this was a weird type of enemy that we were facing. Alright, we killed the giant statue creature. The sapling. Assuming this is going to take us behind where that item was. Yep, here we are. Oh no, that sucks. What's the implication here? They managed to make it by? Just to bleed out?
Cassandra, 45th. No shit, they were all crushed. If Timothy hadn't pushed me out of the way. But both my legs are crushed as well. And I don't know how much longer I have. I wish I could have avenged you all. If anyone finds this journal, do not enter this cave. The Nevron inside will crush you.
What? Who's gonna find this journal? You're in the cave. That's where you left the journal. Maybe if it was at the entrance. That actually would have been more interesting. It would have been more interesting if we found her near the entrance. Like, her comrade pushed her the opposite direction. I guess in this setup that wouldn't be the case. Because we broke... Although... Did they find an alternate way to get in here? Because when we came in, the floor collapsed, which dropped us in here. So there had to have been another way to get in here. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like getting that journal towards the beginning would have been fun. Like, oh shoot, what are we about to encounter? Is that it? Is this it? Did we get everything? I guess so. Look at that. Well, now I want to go back to the Lost Woods, because all we've done is one-off bosses so far. Is the Lost Woods going to be another one-off? I was hoping to find another explorable land. can unlock combustion now. But what ability to replace? That is the question. Both of these sound interesting. I mean, this one sounds more interesting than this one. This one's pretty straightforward. And are we running... Does she have a break? Do we have a break for her? I don't think she has one. Wait, no, she had one. Yeah, she's got this one. Phantom Blade. Extreme single target dark damage. They both do extreme, and they both cost 9. I like that this one also has break on it, but this one sounds way more interesting. And it's not a sun one. I don't know. Because, yeah, the difference is that do we go this way to get this, or do we go down and around? I like this one as a... This is a nice support one. Apply shell powerful and rush. But I'm assuming it's just for a single turn. Although I like the sound of intervention. Target ally plays immediately and gains 4 AP. Which would be a fun way to extend. Alright, yeah, we need to figure out where we want to put this. I like having both Rain of Fire and Spark. I want Swift Stride to put us back into Virtuos. This is our one break. So do we just get rid of Degagement? We do use it from time to time, which is nice. Don't want to get rid of Breaking Rules. That's been handy. I don't know. We could get rid of Spark. But yeah, it's nice having these swap ones. Defensive, offensive. And if we're trying to build burn as much as possible, that's tough. That's tough. Hey, SKA. Look at him just hanging out over here. Just chilling. Chilling in the water. Alright, let's go. Yeah, let's go around. Let's check out the Lost Woods. See if it's a full-fledged area or just simple. Okay, it's just a one-off. Okay. This is why we just need to duck into places. At least just a glance.
Well, that will help.
Will it? It's got a couple new. This has got like the sap. All over this place. Should we take a closer look? Hmm. Bunch of busted paintings, frames. Okay. All right, let's go. I mean, we do have opportunities now to explore all over the place. But I guess we could start, we could head for the next main quest. Which is go through the forgotten battlefield to continue to the monolith. Which is where now? This is where we started. Should we just head towards the monolith, I guess?
Time for a swim.
This lighthouse, did we? Did we see the lighthouse when we were in here? I don't remember. I don't recall.
Let us get wet. Let us
I
get
guess-
wet.
We'll just head towards the monolith.
Fast swimmer.
Look at all these boats. Who's this guy? I don't know if we should sidetrack too much. I don't know who that guy is.
Fast swimmer. Acceleration. Swimmer.
Oh gosh. Is this all blood? This is crazy.
Everyone okay?
Huh. Yeah, this is disconcerting. Okay, let's see. What is this? Blade's Graveyard.
Fast.
Should we get sidetracked? Okay, there's the Forgotten Battlefield. I don't know. Maybe we should just stay focused. I did say that anytime we come by a place, we should just duck in, just to see. Should we do that? Blade's Graveyard? Let's take a look. Let's take a look inside. Okay, yeah. This is why we should be doing this. So this is a one-off place too.
Great.
Record. Man, this place looks crazy. Yeah, look at that. Looks nuts. As long as we don't turn the camera around. Then it's kind of barren. girls hear something. I think they hear their older sister. Look at this Neveron. Looks similar to the one that we fought over in the cliffs. Not the same? Is it the same? I don't think it is. This one looks like it has many eyes. Looks cool though. Yeah, let's go ahead and fight these guys while we're here, I guess.
Finesse and grace.
Zoe. She's running around like a crazy cat. Zoe loves to get the zoomies by herself, but it's piqued Luna and Nova's curiosity.
Flames. Rain.
Take cover! Careful, Verso.
Oh well.
On guard. Take down their shields.
New Lancerum. Anything else we're missing? Alright, Zoe, you coming over, girl? Come on. You can come over. I'm not totally sure where you're going to be able to go, though. There's not a ton of space. Luna's, of course, being curious, but she doesn't realize that as long as she doesn't look at Zoe, Zoe will be fine. good girl. You're doing so good. Nova is taking an increased interest in the game right now. She's watching. She's watching SKA and the birds. What is all of this? What is this?
I am speed. Time for a swim. Fastest ball.
Another bloody bird.
Time for a swim.
I want to fight him now that we can actually break our comrades free. How do we get up there? How do we get up to you? I'm not sure. Looks like we should just be able to walk up right here.
Time for a swim.
I mean, doesn't it? It looks like it's a perfect ramp. Bunch of reefs in the way. Alright, well, I don't think we can fight this bird yet. It's Bourgeon. Come back. I'm assuming we'll have to come at him from over there. Here we go. What? SK abandoned us.
You'll get used to them. We're going to see a lot more.
If we hurry, we can cross before nightfall.
Wait. Could we bury Gustav?
His arm?
I wish
You don't
we
want to keep
could.
his arm?
But protocol is to keep moving. Gustav would understand.
We can look for a suitable place along the way, yeah? We'll find a nice spot.
Actually, there is a place. Past the quarry, out of sight of the painters. A tranquil haven. Protected by magnificent trees. I think you'll approve.
Lead the way.
Let me show you something.
What? Gradient counter. Some enemies can cast gradient attacks. Gradient attacks are powerful, can only be defended with a gradient counter. Hold on a second. Where's my mouse?
Oh well.
Press RT to perform a gradient counter. What?
Any other tricks we should know?
One thing at a time.
I think I need to do that again. I didn't really grasp the cues or what we're supposed to be seeing. All right, Verso, just keep disrespecting their corpses. Zoe has joined Luna and me. She's kind of laying down here. She's just chilling next to Luna. Not much to explore on side paths here. There's a big gate. What are they trying to keep out, King Kong? Right? Right? In this universe, it's very possible. I think we've seen. We just still don't have like a full grasp on how big like some of those giant Nevrons are. So we've only been seeing them in the distance.
These are all expeditions?
A single Nevron took out most of them.
Is it still around?
I've only seen it once, many years ago, so most likely not.
So many people that they sent. It's crazy to think, too, because this is all about them trying to figure out how to stop the Gamage. People disappearing. And they sent all these dudes. All these guys on these expeditions. They're all dead. Well, maybe they're not dead. I don't know. They've all turned to stone.
Good stuff.
This is a lot of people, man. This is insane. Especially the idea that they're piled up. So you can imagine like previous expeditions trying to push forward on top of the stone-like bodies of their comrades. So we need to be looking out for gradient attacks. Right. I don't feel like we should be more worried about this little guy in the middle. Should we take him out first? Should we take him out first?
Let the ink flow.
Well, he's gone. That works.
You're outmatched.
Take cover!
Oh well.
You birds are alone.
On me.
Elements, converge!
Let's carve a path. Here we go. Just try it.
Parry it.
Oh no.
A storm is coming.
Kinda want to keep practicing against them.
Did I die again?
Finesse and grace. Okay.
You're outmatched.
En garde.
Chroma is flowing.
En garde. Use this.
Brace yourselves.
Oh dang. How did he not die?
Nobody dies. I'm ready.
Let's carve a path. Let's have some fun. Just try it.
Way too early.
The dance begins.
Let's carve a path. Oh well.
On guard.
I'm assuming I was too early on that. I can't really tell.
Let us stain them.
I'll manage.
Why? Why do I keep doing it too early on that one?
Here we go again. Let's carve a path.
So much potential.
Please survive. Time to hit big.
Now was our chance. Careful, Verso.
Looking for CL. Can consume 1 moon charge on turn start to cover 20% of each ally's health. That's a really good support one. Looks crazy. What is going on with this weapon? On applying shell? $257 health and 92 defense. Yeah, might as well swap that out for or I almost called him Gustav. Verso. Where's our flag? Let's reset. I might fight. Well, we might not have a choice but to fight that group again. So the gradient attacks, is there something that dictates whether or not you can have a gradient parry? Or it's just, you're just pressing a different button for a particular attack?
I'm ready. Flames. Brave.
My turn. Not impressed.
Careful, Verso.
We could try the perfect. I don't think I've done the perfect break yet. Just see what it looks like.
Break. Oh well.
I'd love to have tried her combustion. Just for the fun of it.
Foam is flowing. Quake in the beard.
Too slow. Too slow.
That's
What? Where'd these other two guys come from? I didn't see these guys. Don't know who this guy is in the middle.
Flames. Rain.
Alright. Looks cool. I like his design. Should we be trying to take out weak spots? We haven't really been doing that with any of these guys. They do have glowing bits. We've got a tiny little glowing bit at the front.
I'm ready.
Bring it on.
Finesse and grace.
He just tooted his horn at us. Alright, let's try combustion. He's not that much on fire, but that's fine.
Flames. Ink off my blade.
That's a cool one. I like that. She got a new Troubadim. Troubadim? Oh yeah, I forgot we got this level 10 one. Should we switch back to it? We haven't been paying close attention to this one with the casting of the skills increasing. I'm sure it's worked. But yeah, let's go up to this. It's bumped. Consuming a light stain applies slow to a random enemy. It says healing. Now the point of this one is that the healing skills. I don't think we're not running any healing skills on her at all. Which makes it probably make not a lot of sense to use it. I don't know. Don't I only have one healing skill? Is it Healing Light? I think that's the only healing skill I currently have for her. I don't know. Let's use it anyways. Because it's so much better than the other ones.
Perfect.
Anything down here? I think we can jump down.
Let's spill some ink.
Where are they hiding all these entourages?
Ice, shut!
Oh, shoot. Alright, these little guys can do it too.
Let's spill some ink. Perfect.
That was a bunch of chroma. Yeah, what is going on with this guy? Who's this guy? Random hairy dude. Hairy rock monster. Here's another one. Yeah, we haven't come across these guys before. Are they gonna be friendly? Looks like they were fighting the Nevrons. Somebody's over here, making a bunch of noise. Climb this. Let me up.
What have we here?
Energizing start 513. Who had the other one? So much health items. This place is miserable. It's like hell. Oh, look. Gestural. some gestural sakapatats up in here. Bunch of little dudes. Miss. Come back.
Finesse and grace. Flames rain.
Well, that will help.
Good stuff.
Elements converge. Ready to evade.
Hers is pretty sweet. Whose limbs are these that these guys have? Why do they have all these limbs? Why do they have these arms?
Let us stain them.
Hi.
Good stuff.
At this rate, we're not getting a ton of practice on like someone like him.
Flames. Rain.
Doing too much for them right off the bat.
You're outmatched. Here we go.
Take cover!
Cover 50% health on killing an enemy. 11% critical rate. He says. At this point, I don't know how much it matters that she does go first. I guess it's always the possibility of a shielded enemy that makes it most worthwhile. Well, I don't know. I don't know if we're gaining much ground. I'm getting a lot of XP. There's a lot to explore on this battlefield. These enemy types are a little on the squishy
A
side.
storm is coming.
What? I thought you were with him. You're with that guy.
Flames. Rain.
Let the ink flow.
My turn. Here we go.
I might actually swap out to CL. So at least I can Make things a little more interesting.
What have we here?
So we actually have a flag here. This makes me feel like, I don't know, it looks like there's a lot of progression to do over that way. Yeah, let's go and check this area out, I guess. Ah, stuck. Ruins.
Eyes don't lie.
My turn. Here we go.
Chroma is flowing.
That was unlucky.
Ready to strike. Here we go.
We're actually getting to fight without my L. Too silly.
Interesting.
On death, plus 4 AP to allies. That's nice. Granted. Granted, a passive, setting yourself up for failure. But that's a nice backup. No harm in having that on
Well,
standby.
That will help.
Who's more likely to die amongst these three? You would think Lune, but she's got crazy defenses. Maybe? Maybe Verso? It's 96 defense, 54 speed. I want to put it on somebody so we can master it. At the very least. Could replace it with solidifying for the moment. Yeah, we'll do this for the moment. What are these three? What is that they're looking at? Can we open this door? This would be a nice shortcut. Apparently not. Oh. Yes, we can. Nice.
Take your shot.
Damn.
Lulu, I told you.
No! God, that was so early.
A storm is
I'm gonna have
coming.
so much trouble getting used to these guys' attacks. They're all over the place.
You're
My turn. Here we go.
We need to practice there.
Incoming.
The heck? Not gonna be able to practice much like that.
elements converge. Look out.
Alright. Alright. I guess this is what we're doing now.
Useful.
For the moment. Okay, so were we done up there? Was there nothing else? Don't know. Don't know. We're back to the main battlefield. Well, get this. Place something. Hmm.
Lovely.
Elements, converge!
Well done.
Here we go. Seal, incoming.
A storm is coming. Waking fear.
Better.
Just try it.
Is about to level up. She's super close. Hello. What are you doing? Maybe we could hit him right here. Doesn't care about us. Oh wait, I think he's trying to figure out how to get to us now. What's going on here? Who's this? We'll come back to that. What? We already got another flag? These flags are right next to each other. Oh, it's one of these guys again. Why does this one seem even larger? I don't know. Oh, let's check this out. Huh. Fading woman. I'm sorry, what? You may leave. I've no interest in speaking with you. She seems kind of like the boys. Like the children seemed more solid, but it does say she's fading away. Maybe we can help her not fade away.
Let's carve a path.
you go like?
My turn.
Luné, attention!
Way too early.
Let us stain them. No.
My turn. Bring it on.
A storm is coming.
Hello.
Great.
We have the tank over here. Where is your house? Probably beyond this guy. Actually, is that it over there?
Great.
Yeah, this is it.
Elements, converge! Do me in.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Elements, converge! Ready?
Eyes don't lie.
Oh well.
Okay.
Worth
It's locked on you.
Ah, wait, too late. Waste.
Well, that will help.
What does a purple one do?
Not today.
Careful, Verso.
it. Bring it on.
Careful now.
Coming.
What a crazy bomb thing just threw at us.
Ready to strike. Just try it. Oh well.
Renee, attention.
Shield incoming.
No, that was quick. That didn't take very long. I don't know what was special about him, other than that he shot those little bombs. Hmm. Alright, fine. Maybe we'll come back. What's going on here? Is this supposed to be a cage? Oh no, I'm guessing this is a trap.
Emily, Expedition Wolf 41. My bag's getting weighed down from all my kills. Maybe I need to pick smaller trophies. Estelle bagged 7 of those armoured nevs. So I've got to get at least 8 in this next batch if I'm going to beat her. Leah showed me how to double up my weapon pictos. Might not be stable, but the bang's going to be worth it. The paintbress might be out of our reach, but her minions aren't. And if I die, I'm going to make sure I die big. Like Xavier says, subtlety is not our game. We only live till 40. So let's go make some friends.
Xavier. We only live till 40?
Emily.
So what happened? What happened here? Did she get another 8 or not?
Great.
I wish we fought somewhere else. We need more arenas in this place.
Well. Eyes don't lie.
Let's carve a path. Here we go. Get ready.
Eyes don't lie. I'm waiting.
Let's carve a path.
Again.
CL, incoming.
Let's gamble.
Who is this?
What have we here?
I missed. Ah. Chromatic luster.
Let us stay.
Dum dum.
Still need
On fire.
time to leave. Go strong.
My turn. No time to lose. Careful now.
Danger!
Brunette, careful.
Let the ink flow.
Not impressed.
What? Just sucked the fire out of us and healed his ass. What the heck?
Ready to strike.
Yeah, that's not good.
Careful, Verso.
No! Oh gosh.
Chroma is
I
flowing.
dodged just in the nick of time. It's the third. Well... Man.
Elements, converge!
Not impressed.
So close to breaking. I don't know if he would break. No, he wouldn't. Maybe? Depends on how much damage we're talking here.
Lady Luck's smiling today.
Okay. That was good. Gosh, we're on fire.
Incoming.
I'm ready.
Not doing so hot.
Feel better.
My turn. Break.
Quake in fear.
Very good. Very good. What do we have here? Lusterson. Level 9. Killing an enemy with Foretell applies its Foretell to another random enemy. It's very, very circumstantial. I like applying Mark on consuming Foretell. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch to it. It's a bloody... It's a bloody light post. Double-sided light post. It says can consume 1 moon charge on turn start to recover 20%. Of each ally's health. It can? Like, is it random? Or do we have to make it? Yeah, we need to upgrade this. So energizing parry 9, 626 health. Cost 15.
Interesting.
Healing tints also apply powerful. 270 health, 54 speed. Ah, man. Okay. Costs 5. Be a bad one to get.
Looks like we passed the danger zone.
And no sign of your special Nevron.
Oh, I guess we're lucky.
Hey, Kiss. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Hello. Meow. These were easy.
An advantage.
Chroma elixir. Trebuchet looks completely intact. What's this one? What? Those crazy trumpet guys killed this expeditioner, shoving its horn on its head. What the hell?
Expedition 57, Carla. These siege engines seemed much more powerful in Lumiere. But on this battlefield, next to all these broken bodies, staring at the true size of the monolith, I feel despair. I dare not show my true feelings. As commander, I cannot yield to fear, but I can't help but wonder, is pressing forward the correct course of action? Our lives are forfeit anyway, but is there perhaps a better way to spend such precious coin?
It's the tough part about being a leader, I guess. Can't show your doubts. Everybody else just has to hope to know your decision making is what's best. Hello. Crossing the damn sea was hard, but oof. Didn't expect to find a war zone brimming with Nevrons. Generate 1 earth strain at the beginning of each turn. Replay instantly on consuming strains with a healing skill. Another healing based one. It looks cool. Just based on that little image. Might be one of my favorite designs. Apply inverted on self for 3 turns on battle start. 50% increased damage while inverted. Inverted? What is inverted? Should I know what inverted is? 270 health, though. 270 health and 11% critical rate. Fight! Let's bring Mael onto the field. Well, this is gonna be a very, very brief battle. I don't even know what he was capable of. Poor little guy. Don't want to part with my secret stash. But you dueled me good. Have a look-sees. The obscure outfit? Is this like a different color variant? Let's take a look. Oh. Good luck on your trip. Yeah, it's the opposite color variant of the one that Gustav had. Well, which he has now. Now they can look cool together. It's not bad. The clear obscure outfits, they're not terrible. I definitely prefer the black over the white. I mean, not only is the expedition uniforms just all really well designed. I mean, man, how do you beat black, purple, and gold combo color? It just looks so good. Give me this hat in black. We'll wear it. And then give her black or purple lipstick. That's what we need. We need dyes for these outfits. That's all we need. It'd be cool if we had dyes. We could keep all the expedition uniforms and you could pick like a unique color set dyes for each person. That might be fun. It'd be like the red variant that we no longer have for Gustav's uniform. Ancient bridge. So we switch back to Mael at this point. I've been enjoying at least having prolonged fights with the three of them. And I guess it's a good thing we didn't have Mael when we ended up fighting that chromatic dude and that boss, because he was all fire based. might be time to bring fire back into the mix. Question is, do we want to shake things up a bit? Do we want to sit out Verso or Lune? We could just sit out... I mean, we just got Verso, so maybe we could sit out Lune? Because we're only using the one fire on Lune at the moment, right? Oh yeah, this weapon. Yeah, I dig that. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Yeah, let's sit her out for the moment. Add my L back into the mix. I mean, the fire combo setup probably complements Lune and Mael together the most, but that's okay. It's okay.
Hey. You holding up? We're almost there.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, Mael,
I thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
We need to continue.
Why do you...
Mael. You know what we must do. When one falls, come on.
I mean, reassure. You can be like, don't mistake me bottling up my emotions for a lack of emotions. Oh yeah, I forgot about this guy. Oh shoot. Okay. I thought we were about to fight on the bridge. We destroyed the bloody bridge. Holy crap. Versus a badass.
Merde! Are you hurt?
I'm fine. Thanks.
Ready?
Hold on one second. Ah, shoot. Sorry, my PC temp controls closed down for some reason. Alright. Duelist.
ready to carry. Flames, engulf my blade.
Her dual light post weapon definitely looks a lot less menacing. I didn't think about the change with the weapon. We should have changed her skills back to the way that we had them before.
No time to lose.
It's locked on you.
That was earth damage? Surprising.
Flames on me.
Well, well. Not today.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
On guard.
Watch out, Mael.
That was close. That was close.
Let's carve a path.
Come on, girl.
Flames, engulf my blade.
Ah, of course. All right. Oh gosh. So many attacks.
Full deck.
Okay. Really wish you were burning right now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Oh well.
What the heck? girl. Close, but I don't think she's gonna do enough damage. Let's try. Nice.
Let's carve a path. Worth it.
Vessel dodge.
Mael.
Man, that was good, man. His final attack. His gradient. Inverted is a status effect that prevents the character from being healed. If the character is healed while inverted, they take damage instead.
Full deck.
Good to know. Okay, so I didn't know about inverted, which means Mael's not in a great position. But we should be able to finish this. Yeah, he's dead. Or the end of the round, one or the other.
Not giving up. Flames rain.
What is happening? Oh, nice. Oh, picked up his blade. That was awesome. I forgot about the little cutscene. We had a cutscene like that earlier on after a battle with someone, and I figured that was going to become like a norm for bosses. We haven't seen it very often, though. That was pretty awesome. Dualiso. Base attack has one extra hit. Alright, I think he died.
Well, turns out this Nevron wasn't that strong, but you did well. You learn fast.
All this. This is what we're fighting for.
I think we need a break. We need to take a break. Dude, it's awesome though. Come on. Play again after a base attack. 50% increased base attack damage. Its power is only 226? Is that just an indication of how much of it is of a jump there is to level 10? Our Abyssarum is so much better. But this Dualiso is so cool looking. I want to use it. Vitality and defense. So it should be a nice transition. Maybe we'll level it up to 10. Can we? Can we level it up to 10? Stay on this one for the moment. Yeah, level 20. Base attack gives 4 perfection. Oh yeah, and they can match. She can use her Medallum. Can use his Dualiso. Can both have purple weapons. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Is it just that big of a jump going to level 10? Although her Lustasun is pretty damn good at level 9, so I don't know. Guess it just depends. I wouldn't mind leveling up this one. Because we do so much fire stuff. It makes sense, possibly, to give it a go. But we'd have to level it up a bunch. I mean, then again, this one knows... Once we get this to level 10... In Virtuo's Stance, every burn applied is doubled. Alright. Well, not doing so great. We are out of Chroma Elixirs. So we got... Yeah, we got a 4th in that one we picked up. Anything else down here other than the nightmarish horror of all these people? Where did we fall down from? I thought we got broken off of a bridge and fell down here. Why does it look like there's just nothing but a cave roof right above us? So confused. Makaida, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. We are playing on whatever the normal difficulty is. I think it's called Expeditioner. Hello.
Interesting.
I'm assuming that was the final boss of the area. It is good to hear. Good to hear.
Good stuff.
Is this the bridge where we fell down? What the heck? How are you doing that, CL? Stop showing off. Oh, she's like, oh, you think you can fly? Well, what about this? What about me? Ciel can fly. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Because we just came from down there. It's interesting. Okay. Alright, moving on. I don't know if we covered all ground in here, but we covered a lot. We went back and forth all the way through. Well, this area looks nice and peaceful at least. After we've gotten out of that hellhole of the battlefield.
Useful.
Revive tints also give 3 AP. 257. What did it say? 257 health and how much defense? It's the same as the longer shell that I have on here. Oh yeah, we forgot about the combo attack. 93 speed and 6% critical rate. That's... I don't know how I feel about that. But I wouldn't mind getting this mastered. Powering tint. 270 health. 54. She's running that. Okay, so it's kind of a negative. So we're applying inverted on ourselves in exchange for a 50% increase in damage. If we could get that on Lune, that would actually be pretty good. And it only costs 5. Because it wouldn't affect negatively to Lune. Okay, here it is. Yeah, 257.92. So we could master this. Verso, and just swap it out. Get that mastered. So yeah, the inverted one for sure. I want to master so she can use it at the very least. But I mean, that's still really good. 270 health and 11% critical rate is really nice. We're going to swap that for Sweet Kill. So I'd rather have it on her, but I don't want to swap out hers for the moment. Well, we could swap out one. Death's Door we could apply. She's got 96 defense, 11 critical hit rate. Well, the 41 speed critical rate. Take 50% less damage. That costs 20. So Confident is not a great one to use outside of the Pictos. That is an expensive Luminous. We could swap the 96 defense for health. That might not be too bad. But having this much defense has been very useful on this build. But at the very least, let's master it. Let's keep it off of him for now. Swap it to her. Because I'd rather have the inverted on her. But if we're not going to put it on him, what should we put it on? What should we put on him instead? Hey, Music. Welcome back. is it going? All right, combo attack. Let's get that at least mastered. It's gonna put him at a slight disadvantage. Okay, so for you, we are swapping. What were we swapping? Defense? Yeah, we were gonna just swap defense for the moment. Okay, that's good. Although we're not even using her right now. What am I saying? We could put her back on the... Could put her back on the team. I want to run this trio a little bit more. But then, yeah, we might swap Lune back. Where are we going? And are we leaving anything behind? It is nice. I'm glad they gave you this peaceful, like, wooded area right after all that madness. This was thought out well.
Is this the place?
Yeah. We can bury your friend under this tree, if that's okay with you.
Is the insinuation that we have Gustav with us, or is she just burying his hand? I feel like the hand would be something to keep and remember him by. But burying his body here would be fine. I'm assuming we brought his body with us then. Where the heck was it? Maybe Eskia was holding it. He's remembering someone.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. The Paintress, Renoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
I'll save them, Gustav. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Soph for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
Mm. That was good. Yeah, who was he remembering? A bunch of people have been using this as a burial grounds. We've got 46s, 57s. 65 here. And the 0. So that's how their 0 stash was. Does he have that on his? Does he have the 0 on his uniform? Or did he remove it? I don't see one. Maybe that is his sash right there. Or his wrap. .346s and a 57 on that one. Because it was the same. I was curious if they actually tried to have meaning behind these, but I think some of these are just repeated assets. We've got 2 pulls. 346s, a 57. This has got 2 46s, which we also saw one down there. It'd be interesting if they had like an extensive amount of expedition backstory for each of these. Lots and lots of 46s. Hi, SGA. Thanks for waiting.
For about 2 hours. Then there's a big lake. We shouldn't go there at all. We should make a right, and then it's gonna take a few hours, and then we make a stop. We get some rest and some food. And then from there, we head north to Monoko Station.
Why there?
To recruit my oldest friend. We'll need the extra firepower, because our next goal will be to take down the Paintress Heart.
her heart?
Yes. You can't just stroll up to the paintress. The chroma there is far too dense. It erases anyone who gets close. But if we destroy her heart, the barrier will fall.
Okay. So where is this heart? What does it look like?
What it looks like, that I don't know. But I do know that it's somewhere in the center of old Lumiere.
You found old Lumiere?
Yes.
So it's true. Before the fracture, our Lumiere was part of a larger city on the continent.
I've traveled with many expeditions. I was with the 58th when we found old Lumiere. But Renoir erased them before we could get further. And I don't know much more.
All right then. Let's go meet your friend at Monoko Station. And then, we'll take the Paintress's heart.
See, I'm curious here. Yeah, yeah, the problem is that we haven't been using healing on her. So I feel like we're wasting potential on some of these. Consuming the light stain, applying slow is nice. But we're not getting any benefit from that level 4. Ah, it's a shame. This one looks so cool. But I don't use the earth enough. I'm probably having the most trouble deciding with Lune. I wouldn't be against fleshing out like a fire build or a lightning build. I really like this one. I just hate the way it looks. This giant amalgam of gears. Okay, so we need Resplendent Chroma Catalyst to upgrade to level 10 on these. I'd love to have that one. I don't know if I want to spend... I guess we'll have to see. On turn start, if no stains, 2 random stains are generated. That's really nice. Yeah, what is up with the low power on this thing? Play again after a base attack. 50% increased base attack damage. I'm not following. Why is the power level on this one so low? 273 on level 10. That's it? That's what my first thought was, but I'm going like, okay. So it's compensating? I mean, who cares if you get an extra base attack if its power level is so much lower? I mean, you're not getting much of a gain if the power level is so much lower than the other ones. So we get one free attack at the beginning, essentially. Once it's level 20, a given, for sure. Basically doing a base attack right off the bat, getting to play again, and you get 4 perfection right out of the gate. This would be a great level 21. I don't know, is it worth spending the chroma? I want to use it just because it looks so badass. I guess. We could shape up a build with them just around the base attacks. Should I do it? I just love the way it looks, too. If MP was here right now, he would tell me to upgrade it and use it just for the looks alone. Drip before stats is what MP would say. Alright, we did it. We did it. Alright. Well, we did. We upgraded. Well, we upgraded to level 10 anyways. We need to get some more of this resplendent chroma. We could bump up... I'm pondering whether or not we should go ahead and get this up to level 10. We could use the other one we have to get hers up to level 10. Start getting the benefit of the burn on this. Yeah, let's do it. Now we could level up this one and go back to it. Yeah, let's at least get it to level 9. Alright, Lune, we're switching you back to this. Even though it might be one of my least favorite looking of your weapons. I mean, there's some I really like, there's some I'm not too keen on, but I think I like the gears the least. Definitely less is more for me on her weapons. So I like this one. Lunarum is great look. This one's pretty good too. I like the Druid M. I really like this one. I like it a lot, but... And we do have it at level 10. But yeah, we would have to deck her out with a... I feel like we'd have to deck her out with at least a couple healing skills if we wanted to utilize it better. And then yeah, I really like this one too. But we don't... We would need to get some earth skills in the mix and healing. We need a bloody... This game needs a, why am I blanking on the word? A system to change the appearance of stuff. Of gear. Let us pick what we want to pick, and then let us pick the appearance. Why am I forgetting the term for this? Tell me the term. Transmog. Transmog? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, transmog. No. Glamour? I don't know. Is that a thing in other RPGs? No, I was thinking of transmog. Yeah, this game needs a transmog system, so you can look how you want to look, but still use your stats. I mean, for this game, the only thing that would apply would be the weapons, because the clothes don't do anything. So I can put, like, this one on, but use the powers of this one. Ugh. It is. This is the ugliest. I don't like this one. It sucks. Alright, dude. Switch you to the Duoliso. Her, yeah, we're gonna switch back. I don't mind it. It's a little silly. The double-sided lamppost. It's alright. It's okay. Her default weapon is really good. A lot of their default weapons look great. All the more reason too. Like if you liked their original weapon, like this one, it's a cool looking weapon. It'd be great to be able to transmog it. All right, so we're putting this one back on. So we don't need to change her skills back. Because that was the issue I ran into when I switched to the Lustenson. So yeah, we'll just keep them the way they are for the moment. Still don't know how I feel about his skill setup. We might have to mix up his stuff a bit. Well, close. Not quite. Close. So versatile would apply on him, wouldn't it? So I could do a free aim with him, then do my base attack, and then go again? We'd get a 50, I'm assuming we'd just get a 50% bump over the 50% bump. Yeah, we need to start looking over these and make sure that if we're going to use this weapon, we'll try to apply stuff. And it's going to make it worthwhile. Energizing Death would be good to have on them all. On the off chance that they do all fall. Any of them fall. Definitely would help. I do like the idea of having Cleansing Tint on everybody too, though. Especially after that one chromatic boss. I'm gonna put this on. Put that on for now. I need to write down what each of the single ones are. So I can, like, even if we're putting them on just because we have, you know, a few extra points, that when the time comes, we need to be able to remove them. First hit dealt and taken deals 50% more damage. Take that over these other ones. I guess if we're wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. We removed my L throughout most of the battlefield just so we could fight a little more. She does so much damage. So we removed our removed my L and we removed our burning builds across them just so we could practice doing parrying against these new enemy types. Now, because I'm using her inability to heal, I'm assuming all of these would not help her. It's not like these overcome her Pictos. Recover 50% health on killing an enemy, etc., etc. I would assume she would not gain those. Okay. We need one more point for her. I need one more. Uno más. Considering how infrequently I dodge, I guess we could undo dodger here so we can do 2 3s. Although we only have 1 out of 3. Is that the only other 3 we got? They're all alone ones. They're all lone ones. Gain shallow fighting alone. Gain powerful fighting alone. We got solo fighter. I guess it didn't matter. Might as well keep Dodger on at this rate. My alternative is to pick a 5. Maybe critical moment. The 3% one? Have I even mastered that? What is the healing parry called? Does it have parry in the name? So you saw it? Whoops. What is it called? I take it I don't have it on. Oh, no, not that. Recover 15% base. Ooh, that would be good for him. Recover 15% health on base attack. We need to put that on him. It's 15! Is somebody wearing that? Oh, healing parry. What did I put on? What did I put on before? Oh, we put on critical moment. Yeah, we should probably start putting healing parry on most of them. Other than Lune, of course. Yeah, we need to go through his and try to figure out what ones to add for his weapon. Man, attack lifesteal's too expensive though. 15. .88 health, 8% critical rate. Hmm. Okay. I didn't put it on her, did I? That'd be silly. Gosh, my brain, man. Okay, there it is. My bloody brain. What are ones that we should be... What are ones we should be paying attention to for him? %50 increased base attack damage. Makes sense. We could just do that for now. Versatile. Right. Right. Why am I running Breaker? Why am I running Breaker? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but we don't need to be spending 10 points on this. Can we? Let's do that. Base attack. We can also do... Can we combine them? Oh, here we go. So yeah, attack life steal 15. Base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. That would be really good for him. That would be really good. So we don't have much else to add outside of augmented attack and versatile. Exposing attack would be good. We'd have to remove another 5. No, duck on it. Okay. So we have everything on him for base attacks that I have available outside of attack lifesteal, which would be good. But yeah, it's so freaking expensive. 15. The alternative would be to use it. 88 health, 8%. We have base attack, 1 extra hit. Revive 10 we're just trying to master, but at the same time 257 health, 92 defense is nice. Let's just keep it the way it is right now. We might, maybe at some point we'll switch to attack lifesteal. Alright. Where is everybody? Everybody here? Oh, everybody's here. Got a lot of new records. We should have been playing these records this whole time. They would have been playing in the background.
That was sad.
It was sad.
Yeah.
You were sad.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Julie.
Julie.
And not just her, but... Yeah.
Want a hug?
Yeah. I do.
Ah. Yeah, let's spend time with him. Give him a hug.
She reminds me of someone.
I can only accept one of these. I mean, I'm assuming he's gonna tell me.
You mean Ciel?
No, Mile. Have I met her before?
Well, you act like you've met Ciel before, or at least seen her before. It's making me feel like SKA exists outside of time or something.
Well, you also thought you knew Ciel.
Yeah.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
Sometimes I feel like you know everyone.
Oh, well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Same, but different. All cousins?
Right, so, maybe it's that.
Yes. Ah, just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mile is Mile's cousin. Yes, that's it.
I don't think that's it.
You're so very wise.
It doesn't to me.
Yep. Verso the Wise.
Oh, great name. Oh, can I be Eskia the Great? No, wait. How about Eskia the Brave? Oh, no. Eskia the Great is better.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
SKA and Verso have fun talking to each other a bit more. Excellent. Their bond grows. I see, Kiss. I didn't need to know that. But it would be weird if we got nothing out of this. I'm assuming it exists for a reason. They talk a bit more nonsense before going back to the others.
How come Minoko lives so far from the other Jestrels?
Minoko's a searcher. They travel the land looking for Jestrels who went missing after the fracture.
The lost Jestrels.
Yeah. That and he, pissed off Golgra.
Your oldest friend is a Jestrel.
Yes. We've been friends for as long as I can remember.
Gustav would have loved that.
Why? Because he liked Jestrels?
Because he liked the idea of friendships that could last decades. We don't get to enjoy such long friendships in Lumiere.
Lune intercepts Verso as he walks by the fire.
Why are you allying yourself with us?
Not a lot of options out here, in case you hadn't noticed.
Why does there need to be options? He's already explained that he's helped with past expeditioners, presumably towards the same goal.
What about the previous expeditioners? Did you help them too? Yet they still failed.
He literally just talked about that. Girl, pay attention.
That's a terrible way to ask questions. Do you always interrogate people like this?
Given the circumstances, I think we can skip the pleasantries, no?
Alliances are usually give and take, as are conversations. Trust goes both ways, no?
All right then. As a gesture of good faith, I'll show you how to use Lumina.
No need. I got it.
Well, aren't you a quick study?
What?
But I appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Trust works both ways.
All right. As a gesture of good faith, I'll answer 3 questions. Choose wisely.
Only 3.
Someone's a bit greedy.
3 questions with 3 follow-ups.
What? She's haggling.
You're really pushing this.
I think it's reasonable.
All right. Go for it.
Lune spends some time bombarding Verso with questions. We don't get to hear what they are? I want to know what the questions are. Verso remains evasive, which pisses Lune off, but also triggers her insatiable sense of curiosity. Aha. Lune is reluctantly intrigued, as is Verso. Relationship level increased to 1. This isn't gonna be an RPG where we have optional romances, is it? I don't know how I feel about that. I'm fine just making friends with everybody. When the interrogation is over, they go back to the others. Your turn, CL.
How far up the mountain is Minoko Station? Will we see snow?
Not too high, but yeah. There's usually snow.
Fantastic.
Oh, right. There's no snow in Lumiere.
No, only in books and paintings. It's almost as mythical as Gestrels.
He needs to prepare them. Let them know how cold it can be.
And just as fun. And sometimes just as deadly.
Right, exactly.
Oh. Really? My husband was obsessed with the idea of snow. I can't wait to see some.
That you will.
Verso approaches Ciel, who seems open to talking.
You seem less stressed than the others.
Is that your conclusion? After your extensive observation of our team?
Yes.
There must be better uses of your time than analyzing our stress levels.
Well, it's important to understand your teammates.
Says the mysterious stranger who has yet to share much about himself.
Then consider this my attempt to be less mysterious.
Oh, is that what this is?
Story for a story. What?
I'll trade you. A story for a story. Quite fair, I think.
Well, there are stories, and then there are stories.
How is he taking this? He's like, huh? Yeah.
You first, then.
Battle and danger or wonders and mysteries? Let's hear about some wonders and mysteries.
Something unusual then? Strange wonders and mysteries?
A bit impersonal, hmm? Not really how you get to know each other. I don't think that's worthy of a trade.
Oh. Guess that was the wrong answer for CL. She wants the battle and danger. I want unusual mysteries and wonder.
No. Tell me something dark and melancholy and personal.
Personal?
Ooh, going straight for the heavy stuff, huh?
If we're going to share, let's share.
Story for a story, right?
We'll see.
The hell? The hell, CL? Verso and CL spend the next few minutes arguing whether CL should also share. CL continues to tease Verso, who remains evasive. Verso and CL's relationship grows a little bit. Alright. Level 1s. Level 1s achieved. Except with Mael. We didn't establish a
How
level
come
over there.
Minoko lived
Minoko's a son.
a lost just
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. We're done. Sort of. Throw that on. Alright, anything else to do here before we need to head out? Oh, we have a checkup on the others. Let's see.
What are you working on?
Contingency plans. If we fail, Expedition 32 will need every bit of information we have.
Right, but how are you going to get it to them?
I asked the Gestrals for help.
Smart.
What are the stars whispering to you?
Actually, I'm the one whispering to them.
Oh?
It's something my dad and I used to do. When I was scared, or anxious, or even when I was happy, he'd say, share it with the stars. When it's hard to talk about things, the stars will understand.
I like that.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone.
I remember. The night we first met. At the Crooked Tower.
Right. After the Gommage.
I was surprised to find you there. I thought I was the only one who knew about that room.
I had to get away from the harbour. And those damn petals everywhere. So I climbed up.
It wasn't logical. But part of me really believed my parents and their expedition had succeeded. That they'd stopped her. Then the paintress woke. And I knew they weren't coming home.
You know, it meant a lot to me. The comfort we shared that day. But you avoided me after. Why?
It wasn't personal. I cut a lot of people out of my life.
Okay, not personal.
That day, I knew my parents had failed. They were counting on me to finish their work. I couldn't afford distractions.
Friends are not distractions.
I know that now.
Wow. We're in the middle of nowhere with 1 year left to live. What better time to build friendships?
I could use some wine, though.
Making friends is thirsty work.
What? Why do we have another checkup on others? More cutscenes? Let's see. Mael quietly approaches Lune, wanting to apologize for her behavior on their way to bury Gustav.
Hey,
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 I didn't mean...
it's fine.
I just...
I miss him too.
It's hard.
The pain we feel every time we lose someone. I've tried many ways of dealing with it. Running from it, sitting with it, compartmentalizing it. But what I needed was to use it. To use everything.
What do you mean?
I feel everything. And I let it burn inside me. When I'm tired, when I feel hopeless, when I want to just let it all go. I use the pain. I use the fear, the shame, the guilt, the anger. I use it all to keep going. To make sure I continue.
Lune.
I can almost feel them beside me. Everyone we've lost. Walking with me. Especially when I use Chroma. I feel their presence, their closeness. And they help me.
You feel Gustav?
Yeah. I do.
I'd like to feel him with me too.
You have an affinity for Chroma too. Try it.
How do you always know what to do?
I don't. Want to know a secret? I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't think anyone else does either.
Really?
Don't tell anyone else I said that.
I don't know how comforting that would make me feel, personally. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm winging it. Okay. That's good to know. Mael and Lune spends more time together in a moment that was special for both of them. Mael finds a spot where she can ride. It's a little confusing considering we have control of Verso now in the camp. She spent some time writing in Gustav's journal and honor his memory. She gathers her courage and writes about Gustav's sacrifice, how he laid the trail. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday.
Thanks. It really was a beautiful place.
Glad you liked it. I've buried friends there too. You were right about condolences. We offered them because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just we're
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
out here seemed better than in there at the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
Well, changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Wait. I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. There's our level 1. Now we're all at level 1. Except for Esquier. We like Esquier better than the rest. Alright, where are we? Up here now. Yeah, so the map is definitely getting a lot bigger. I try to refrain from looking at a map too much, so it becomes as more of a surprise as we unlock it and further travel out. But it does seem like it's getting pretty big. There are some things we have left behind. We still need to go back and do the redwoods. Don't know what this is. We didn't go over here. There's some stuff we passed. Something here. It does look like there's a beach that we can go up onto over here. But in that sense, it's like we've lost... I mean, it feels like we've left a ton of stuff potentially behind. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's this little place here with a beach. Yeah, I don't know at what point we should be just randomly exploring, because now we're like heading north. Deep north. So I don't know if we should backtrack. Maybe. But this seems like a good stopping point. And we will be back. We'll be back tomorrow. We should be back tomorrow. Is the stream still connected? I just realized my live chat on my phone died. Alright, let's call it here. Let's call it here. Oh boy. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. We didn't really do much in the way of a side area today, did we? Like, what did we do? I mean, we wandered around a bit, but we didn't like do any like extensive side areas like the Yellow Harvest was. We checked out the Crushing Cavern, Lost Woods, not much going on there. Same with the meadows down here. We did do a couple boss fights as a result of going to these places. Virgin down here, we had the crazy sapling statue thing in the Crushing Cavern. Aside from that, I think that was all we really did. And then we came up here, checked out the Blades Graveyard. That's where we got one of the records. Yeah, apart from that, going through the battlefield was more or less the big chunk of today's playthrough. We'll ponder on where we should go. If we should backtrack or just keep heading on. Because obviously, yeah, where they want us to go next is up north. We'll see. We will see. Again, I don't know if like I'm at a good level on my characters. A lot of the enemy types throughout the battlefield seemed a little on the weak side. Mael definitely feels a bit OP, or at least she felt OP through that area in the build that we had set up between her and like Lune. When we brought CL in her place, that allowed us to like at least experience the mechanics of the enemies, the new enemy types in the area, and that worked a little bit better. But even in that situation, most of the enemy types were brief. A couple good fights here and there. We had the other chromatic boss fight that we had in there, and then the final boss fight, the duelist. That was good. Alright, well, a bit of a sad ending, or a lukewarm ending, where they laid Gustav to rest. I am still of the opinion that it would make sense to keep the arm with you, instead of leaving it on the grave, to a site that you're not even sure that can be revisited again. I guess they don't know for sure whether or not they'll be continuing on, or if they can put a stop to anything, but just in case, I don't know. His arm feels like something that would make sense to, I don't know, maybe put in a museum one day. Maybe, you know what I mean? Or something. Assuming that they can come out on top of everything. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Alright, well, we're calling it here. We'll be back tomorrow. But thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the help. Music. I appreciate the tips, the guidance. Kiss. It's good seeing you again. And as always, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. It's a small kindness, but it does go a long way. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. And until tomorrow, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed, and I will see you then. Good night and goodbye.